If you're just joining us on our new live stream, welcome to our live coverage of NASA's wet dress rehearsal for the Space Launch System rocket. If you're coming over from our old stream, we're glad you're sticking around. Look down at the center of your screen in the bottom third, just in front of the mobile launcher platform. Those blinking lights mark the arrival of the closeout crew, now just arriving at the pad in order to begin the activities that were the astronauts participating in this simulated countdown would help them to go through the process of ingress into the Orion spacecraft at the top of the 322-foot-tall rocket stack. I'm Will Robinson Smith, reporter with Spaceflight Now. Appreciate you joining us here tonight. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button now that we've started this part 2 of our live coverage stream. Help some more people to find their way into this live countdown coverage for this all-important tanking test of NASA's Space Launch System rocket. Just a little bit past the top of the hour here. It's 7:03 p.m. Eastern. 0003 UTC. With the arrival of the crew at the pad, the process of them going up to the White Room and getting the Orion spacecraft prepped for the simulated crew that they are going through the motions of helping today. Again, the actual flight crew are still very much in quarantine in Houston. But this milestone was set to happen during the second plan hold, where the clock would be at around L-minus 4 hours and 40 minutes, and the T-minus clock would be held at T-minus 3 hours and 30 minutes. That planned hold, per the original countdown timeline, would last until L-minus 4 hours, when the hold would be released as crews proceeded to help the closeout crew, help the flight crew with ingress, comms checks, and suit leak checks. That stage of the countdown timeline lasts 40 minutes, again, when the crew is in the loop. But today's test is designed to simulate all the motions that they will go through on the day of launch. So presumably they will use that full timeline as if they're helping the crew to go through all of those milestones. If this is in fact the case, we still have about somewhere around 4.5 hours to 4 hours and 40 minutes, give or take, remaining in our countdown today. What you're seeing in the clock on the upper right-hand corner of the screen, or on the big clock out at the press lawn, as you see here now, this is the L- clock that is counting down to what was the earliest possible T0 for today's test, the simulated T0, which is the opening of the test window at 9 p.m. Eastern, 0200 UTC. time now less than 2 hours remaining before the opening of the test window tonight. Want to thank our moderators in the chat who are continuing on with us into part 2 of this tanking test. So thanks to Astro Joe and Jeff Hansen for being with us here, as well as photographer extraordinaire Michael Kane, also popping on for moderator duties in the chat. As a quick reminder, you can help make the mods' jobs that much easier just by following our live chat rules. We ask that you post your message in English so that the mods can respond as necessary. Also, that you hold off from delving into topics of overt politics or religion, and please don't use all caps. Emojis are perfectly fine. We just ask that you don't create a huge block of them so it takes up a large percentage of the chat. And last but certainly not least, we ask that you treat each other with the kindness and respect that you yourself would like to be treated. And we'll all get along swimmingly. Also appreciate Cumulus Granatus, one of our channel members, for being in the chat here with us to help answer folks' questions. Also, Margato, another one of our channel members, is with us here tonight. As the Artemis 2 crew is going through what very well could be the final phases of their quarantine before heading out here to the Kennedy Space Center. Last night, photographers got the chance to photograph the Space Launch System rocket juxtaposed against the full moon. At that point, it is past its fullest point, which happened over the weekend, but we are once again being greeted by the mostly full moon tonight, just cresting above the horizon here tonight. The destination for NASA astronauts Victor Glover, Reed Weissman, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. After launch, there will be an orbit-raising maneuver to place the Orion spacecraft into a highly elliptical orbit where there will be a roughly 24-hour checkout period to make sure all of the life support systems and various aspects of the Orion spacecraft are in good working order as expected. And once they commit to the translunar injection burn, or the TLI burn, they'll be on their way to the moon. That'll set the course for the rest of the roughly 10-day in total duration mission. It's about 3 days out, about 3 days back. And around flight day 5, they will make their closest approach to the moon. Depending on where the lighting conditions are, they may be able to see parts of the moon's far side that the Apollo astronauts never had the opportunity to see in full brightness. Local time here, 7:17 p.m. Eastern, 0017 UTC for our friends around the world. Want to thank one of our channel members, Jacob Leathers, for $2 super chat, some kind words, saying thanks for the amazing commentary, as always, Will. Thank you, Jacob. And then Jacob comes back again with a $5 super chat, this time saying thanks, moderators, for keeping the chats clean and fun. And yes, big ups to our mods. We certainly appreciate them holding it down in the live chat. In the upper right-hand corner of the screen, the L- clock, currently at L-1 hour, 41 minutes and counting, that is counting to what was the earliest available T0 for today's test, with the window opening at 9 p.m. However, as an adjustment to the timeline for today's testing operations, the go for the start of propellant load was delayed beyond the original timeline, and the closeout crew, which you can see their van, that's the white van just to the bottom left of the mobile launcher platform, that arrived at the pad a little bit after 7 p.m. tonight. So just building off of the timeline for when the crew was set to arrive at the White Room, that would put T0 at roughly, ballparking here, but roughly around somewhere close to 11:40 p.m., maybe slightly later than that. 11:40 p.m. Eastern, that is. 0440 UTC, or again, could be slightly later. Once the L- clock hits 0 at the opening of the launch window, we'll certainly be interested to see what NASA does with this clock, if it resets it and pushes it back to give us a better indication of what the current T0 actually is for this first attempt. We'll let you know as it happens. What the crew is doing, the closeout crew that is, up in the White Room at the top of the mobile launcher, or near the top of the mobile launcher, is they're going through the motions that would allow them to prepare for the flight crew's arrival. In the original timeline, when the closeout crew is heading to the White Room, the flight crew is departing the suit-up room in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building at the same time at L-4 hours and 40 minutes in, at that point, a planned 40-minute hold. After exiting the suit room, then the crew on launch day would depart from that part of the Kennedy Space Center and take the roughly 20 minutes to drive out to Launch Complex 39B. Meanwhile, the closeout crew will be going through various preparations for the arrival of the 4 astronauts. The flight crew would then head up to the White Room around L-4 hours and 20 minutes, start to don their helmets and gloves, beginning at about L-4 hours and 10 minutes. Following that, the ingress into the Orion spacecraft would get underway, followed by communications and suit leak checks, that whole process taking roughly 40 minutes in duration. The work for the closeout crew isn't done at that point, though. They'll go ahead and work to close out the white rooms, so remove any loose items and make sure everything is secured before they leave that space. Then they'll go through the process of closing the crew module hatch. Take roughly 5 minutes. That's followed by the crew module hatch service panel installation and closeouts, beginning at roughly L minus 2 hours and 20 minutes post liftoff. The launch abort system hatch closure happens after that at L minus 1 hour and 40 minutes. Then the closeout crew finally will depart the pad at around L minus 45 minutes before liftoff on launch day, or the simulated T0 with this tanking test today. Now, while there is no flight crew that is here at the Kennedy Space Center, it's important that the teams follow the timeline as close as makes sense for this fueling test demonstration, to make sure that teams have a robust and thorough understanding of the flow of operations on launch day now that the rocket is at the pad. Speaking of preparations for launch, one of the important things that is going to be considered, of course, is weather at the pad and along the ascent corridor in the traditional way that we think of weather. But also, teams are closely monitoring the impact of space weather. For those who have been keeping close tabs on what our local star, the sun, has been up to, there are a couple of sunspots that have been rotating and are now facing towards Earth and may have some potential impacts to the launch environment. So I want to go ahead and play this piece of sound from NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, to talk about how they're preparing to support the launch of Artemis 2.
Hello, this is Sean Dahl, the Service Coordinator at the Space Weather Prediction Center, with an update about space weather, in particular about the large sunspot group, which is now facing Earth and emerged a few days ago and has rapidly grown. And the main focus we have is solar flares, those eruptions of energy from the sun that we measure as in X-rays, but there are associated events that we care about, and we make sure we're forecasting and thinking about, especially with the Artemis 2 support that we're going to be having here when that launches in a few days. So with that said, let's go over here and we can see two of our forecasters working diligently, trying to sort out the forecast for the next 3 days in particular. And one of the things they're keyed in right now is that sunspot group, 4366. If you see above their heads, that's a magnetic map that we've been watching all day on, watching for the magnetic changes in a sunspot group. That's important because magnetism on the sun is really what drives solar activity. And the stronger that magnetic field and the more complex it is, the more likely it is to produce solar flares or other associated events. So if we go over here to the other side of the forecast room and we take a look at the latest X-ray flares from the past 3 days, we can see what were background levels were below the M-class level. M-class is when we start the R1 on our NOAA Space Weather Scale. And R3 is an X1 flare, and X10 would be an R4, and a solar flare that we had yesterday, nearing the end of the UTC day, close to the end of kind of that February 1st to 2nd transition time, was an X8 flare. That was a pretty powerful solar flare, and there was a coronal mass ejection associated with that, but we don't think most of that energy is directed towards Earth. We feel some of it's going to arrive here, which is the cause for the G1 watch on 5 February. Now, other things that we look at when we're looking at sunspot groups is not only the structure and size of these groups. I mean, you can see clearly this sunspot group has been evolving rapidly, even over the last 24 to 36 hours. It's now many times the size of Earth. But most interestingly about this sunspot group is the magnetic map. This blue, greens, and red and yellow colors that you see here are reflections of the magnetic energy. So these blue and greens represent positive polarities. Think of a positive side of a magnet. The reds and yellows represent the negative side of that magnet. And we can see large signatures, as we would expect in a sunspot group, but there's a lot of mixed polarities here. If you saw something like this approaching you on a radar from the National Weather Service, you'd be concerned. We all know, oh, severe storm en route. Well, something similar here. We have these regions, we know they're pretty magnetically intense, and we look for shear just like we do in regular weather for ideas of just how twisted the magnetic fields might be. And this helps drive our solar flare predictions, our particle event predictions, and more. So one of the last things I'll show you here is the coronal mass ejection that we've been looking at. Most of that energy from the X8 flare with the associated CME was directed off to the east of the sun. So it's going to be behind and north of Earth's orbit when it arrives here. But we think there's going to be some other things going on that will allow some of that energy to reach here. So we do have a G1 watch out for 5 February, and our forecasters on duty today are considering chances for a G1 on February 6th perhaps as well. So with that said, our main concern is the Artemis 2 mission support that we're going to be providing direct support for, and the main focus there is solar energetic particles, the chances for solar radiation storms. There's a lot to go into that, and I'll talk about that perhaps in another video, but know that we're looking forward to that support as well as all the normal forecasting that we do. And with that, that's all I have for this update. Thanks very much.
And again, Sean Dahl mentioned those dates of potential biggest notable impact from those sunspots coming up on the 5th of February. And we do know that the first couple of launch dates within the February launch window, February 6th and 7th, have been ruled out by NASA as options for the Artemis 2 mission, currently targeting no earlier than February 8th for the flight of this 4-person crew around the moon and back. Local time just past the bottom of the hour here, 7:31 p.m. Eastern, 0031 UTC for those around the world. Another update from NASA coming within the last few minutes here. The closeout crew, I'll just read this verbatim for our audience. The quote, the closeout crew will inspect and clean the hatch seals to maintain airtight integrity, verify environmental controls inside the crew module, confirm all mechanical and electrical connections are secure before closure. Closing the hatch is a critical milestone that demonstrates Orion's readiness for flight and validates procedures for the first crewed Artemis mission around the moon. Coming up next, teams will configure the launch abort system hatch for closure, end quote. So teams perhaps making up some time here on the countdown from where we were before, because the launch abort system hatch closure, which takes roughly 20 minutes, that is scheduled to happen at L minus 1 hour 40 minutes ahead of the T0. So if they are approaching that or in the midst of that now, of course, there's a little bit of delay when a blog post goes out versus what is happening in real time. That means we may not actually be as far off from the L minus clock that you see here on your screen as we thought might be the case earlier in the broadcast. Which, for those of us who have been out here for the entirety of the day, is certainly a welcome sign if that is in fact the case. quarter till the top of the hour here on the East Coast. Time is 7:45 p.m. Eastern, 00:45 UTC for our friends joining around the world. Taking a quick peek at our live chat, want to thank the more than 800 of you who are watching along with us live this evening. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream. Allows more folks to find their way into our live launch coverage. Also want to thank a few folks for their support tonight. Actually, just one individual for the moment. Channel member Michael McRory, marking 24 months with us as a member at the spacecraft commander level, who says, "Great time to be alive. Loved every minute of my last 2 years as a Spaceflight Now member. Can't thank all of you enough. Can't wait to see what the next 2 years will be like." Indeed. And then Michael follows it up with a very generous $50 super chat. Really appreciate that, Michael. Thank you so much for supporting us at that level. And Michael says, thank you all at Spaceflight Now for bringing this important coverage to the world. Well, it's certainly our joy and privilege to be able to be here at the Kennedy Space Center and bring this coverage to you and to all of our viewers who are catching it now live or in replay later at your own leisure. For those of you who were with us earlier in the day for our coverage of the Starlink 17-32 mission from Vandenberg Space Force Base, we certainly appreciate you being with us throughout the course of today. And if you took a break and are now back with us again for our coverage of the wet dress rehearsal tanking test, welcome back. We do have some news regarding the flight of that batch of Starlink satellites. The good news is that they made it safely to orbit and were deployed as anticipated. The slightly more dubious news is what happened after that. I'm going to bring in this post from SpaceX that was shared within the last 10 minutes. And for those who are not looking at their screens right now or vision impaired, I'll just read this verbatim. Quote, "During today's Falcon 9 launch of Starlink satellites, the second stage experienced an off-nominal condition during preparation for the deorbit burn. The vehicle then performed as designed to successfully passivate the stage. The first two MVAC burns were nominal and safely deployed all 25 Starlink satellites into their intended orbit. Teams are reviewing data to determine root cause and corrective actions before returning to flight." End quote. This is important for a few reasons. Number one, of course, one of the important parts of Falcon 9 flight is that after it deploys whatever payload, whether it's Starlink or anything else, into its intended orbit, that it is able to perform that deorbit burn to drive the upper stage back into the atmosphere so it doesn't become space debris. And so anything that's off color with that is certainly, as SpaceX notes that they are doing, is worth looking into and making sure they fully understand. But noting the language that they are going to be quote, reviewing data to determine root cause and corrective actions before returning to flight does create some questions about what the rest of the week looks like. As things stand right now, prior to that news coming about, there was a Starlink launch that was originally scheduled for February 3rd. Then the launch pushed to the 4th, and right now the next launch from Florida is currently scheduled for February 5th. That is Starlink 6-103. Depending on how things shake out with the Artemis mission, that will determine the course of action for SpaceX in its next launch, and whether or not it will be able to launch a batch of Starlinks from here in Florida before they need to pivot operations at Space Launch Complex 40 for preparing the launch of Crew 12 to the International Space Station. Teams will need to get the Dragon spacecraft down to Slick 40 and go through the final checkouts before it's integrated with the rest of the Falcon 9 rocket. Teams are set to roll out to the pad to perform dry dress rehearsal. So when the crew will board the rocket and go through the motions that they'll experience on launch day. And SpaceX and NASA will also conduct a static fire test of the vehicle as well. And as noted during the Crew 12 briefing last week, Commercial Crew Program Manager Steve Stitch noted that they want to make sure that there's good separation between the static fire and the dry dress rehearsal, since last go around the static fire happened and there was some wind that blew in from offshore, and the plume and some of that soot blew back onto the rocket, and so they needed to take additional time to make sure that the Dragon spacecraft was properly cleaned and ready for flight for liftoff. So a lot to watch out at Pad 40, and certainly NASA will want a chance to have an understanding on what the root cause was of the upper stage anomaly that happened on today's flight out of Vandenberg, and what corrective actions SpaceX is proposing and ultimately decides to take. This could, say with an asterisk, could, because we don't know definitively, affect the timing for the launch of Crew 12. As we learn more, of course, we'll be sure to pass it along to you, but given the importance of the upcoming mission to the space station for NASA and SpaceX, wanted to note this, as this is an important upcoming NASA operation. L-1 hour and counting to the opening of the test window at 9 p.m. tonight. That would have been the earliest possible T0 for this tanking test operation here at Launch Complex 39B. Of course, as the evening has played out, events have pushed beyond the original timeline, but things seem to have caught up a little bit when NASA made their reference to where things stood regarding the work of the closeout crew at the pad. So it's unclear exactly how far off on the timeline as the published timeline versus where we are right now. NASA is, the last update that was shared was that the closeout crew was working in the White Room. And then the agency noted in a blog post a little bit more about what they're doing in the White Room. See if there's an additional update. Yeah, the latest was that they are working to inspect and clean the hatch seals for the crew module. And the next milestone was to configure the launch abort system hatch for closure. So potentially they are in the process of going through that last hatch closure. A little bit unclear at this point in time, but of course as we gather additional details, we'll pass them along to you. Local time here in Florida is 8:17 p.m. Eastern. 0117 UTC for those joining around the world. We are just about 2.5 minutes away from the original set T0 time of 9 p.m. Eastern from the final planned hold lasting 30 minutes starting against the L- clock and the T- clock that again are relative to the earliest opportunity that NASA had for the T0 today at 9 p.m. So when pardon me, when the L- clock that you see here on your screen on the big clock here on the press lawn hits L- 40, know that the T- clock will pause at the start of the terminal count at T- 10 minutes. During that time, again, assuming that NASA was heading towards a T0 at 9 p.m., a number of things would happen. At L- 30 minutes is when the NASA test director briefing will happen. About 5 minutes after that, the transition team will shift Orion to Orion to Earth comms loop. At L- 16, the launch director will conduct the poll to ensure that teams are go for launch, or in this case, go to proceed towards the target T0. If there was a crew in the loop for this mission, visors down would happen at L- 15 minutes, followed by the ground sequencer initiating the terminal count at T- 10 minutes. Now, the plan for today's flight, which actually we'll go ahead and wait a second here so we can note the clock entering into, again, against T0 at 9 p.m., which is not the case anymore. But until NASA changes the L- clock, things will progress on with this timing. So in 2, 1, hold is now in place against the simulated T0. Local time now, 8:43 p.m. Eastern, 01:43 UTC for those joining around the world. It has been about an hour and 15 minutes since our last update from NASA. If we look back in the closer view to the pad, you can see at the bottom left-hand corner, just off the side of the mobile launcher platform, that the closeout crew is still very much at the pad, still conducting their work. Per the original timeline, the closeout crew is set to depart from Launch Complex 39B at around L-45 minutes ahead of the target T0. So the fact that they are still there, and when they depart, more importantly, their departure will give a good visual indication of where we are and how close we are to target T0 for today's operations. Of course, as you can see with the L- clock in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, that is still counting down to the opening of the window. We've reached out to NASA to see what the new target T0 is for today's wet dress rehearsal operations. We're waiting to hear back. Local time 8:48 p.m. Eastern. as we're tracking the progress of the fueling operations for the Space Launch System rocket, we're also now watching payload fairings from SpaceX's Falcon 9 rocket being brought back from Space Launch Complex 40, presumably heading on over to the Hangar X site here at the Kennedy Space Center. For those of you who were not with us earlier in our broadcast, SpaceX did confirm earlier tonight that there was an anomaly when they were in the process of getting ready for the deorbit burn for the Falcon 9's upper stage following the launch of the Starlink 17-32 mission from Vandenberg Space Force Base earlier this morning. SpaceX said, and I quote, "The second stage experienced an off-nominal condition during preparation for the deorbit burn. The vehicle then performed as designed to successfully passivate the stage. The first two MVAC burns were nominal and safely deployed all 25 Starlink satellites into their intended orbit. The teams are reviewing data to determine root cause and corrective actions before returning to flight," end quote. So the fact that we are seeing the Starlink satellites we'll come back to the Falcon 9 in a moment, time permitting, but we do see the clock has gone all nines here at the press site relating to the wet dress rehearsal. It's a little unclear what this means exactly, if this is indicative of them recycling the L- clock to set up for the current T0 that teams are targeting. Right now, the closeout crew is still at the pad, so a T0 at 9 was not going to be in the cards at this point. We're standing by for further from NASA to learn more about where things are with this tanking test. Teams did not come out of the hold at T-minus 10 minutes. We're standing by for further information from NASA. Again, the countdown clock has gone to all nines, which may indicate either that teams are working to recycle the L- clock to align with what the current T0 actually is for this test. We are awaiting an update from NASA to confirm what the status of the wet dress rehearsal is and if teams are still progressing towards a new target simulated T0 or if they are making other plans tonight. Again, don't want to over-speculate on where things are, but on NASA's tech feed, they have also stopped the clock at L-10 minutes. And again, teams did not come out of the plan hold per the original L- countdown timeline. We'll return back to updates on SLS as we get them, but just to close out things regarding the Falcon 9 rocket, the fact that we're seeing the payload fairings head back to the barn is, again, related, we believe, to SpaceX's update for now that they were going to pause and review the data from today's anomaly and determine the root cause of the upper stage issue and bring corrective actions to bear before returning to flight. The other option here is, in order to give NASA as much leeway ahead of the launch of Crew 12, they may be bringing these Starlink satellites back to Hangar X and pivoting instead to preparing for the Dragon spacecraft at Space Launch Complex 40. Again, you're looking live in the big box at a pair of Falcon 9 payload fairings believed to be containing the 29 Starlink V2 Mini optimized satellites for the Starlink 6-103 mission. Originally scheduled to launch tomorrow, then that mission slid to the 4th, then the 5th, and now it's a bit of a question mark considering that they're leaving Space Launch Complex 40. We'll, of course, continue to keep you updated on the status of this Falcon 9 flight and when SpaceX does have their return to flight mission. Meanwhile, back here regarding the Space Launch System rocket, teams continue to be in a bit of stasis as NASA's tech feed has the clock paused at T-minus 10 minutes. Teams are holding at what we believe to be the T-minus 10 minute point in time. Of course, per the nominal timeline, once the clock did hit 10 minutes, the L-minus clock would have converged with the T-minus clock as teams progressed into the terminal count. The way this process was scheduled to run tonight was that they would hit the terminal count and then progress towards T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Then they would hold for up to 3 minutes to verify that the core stage is able to hold. Do have a new update. Just NASA noting that the countdown is entered into a 10-minute hold. Rehearsal will be extended beyond simulated 9 p.m. launch window opening. The closeout crew work is continuing in the White Room. And that's the latest from NASA. Again, this update time-stamped at 8:50 p.m. Eastern, 0150 UTC, as the countdown clock is being held at T-minus 10 minutes for now and for an unknown amount of time, as was certainly seeming to be quite obvious the case a while back. The simulated, the test will go beyond the simulated T0 option at 9 p.m., which was the earliest possible T0 today. NASA noted that the window could extend out to 1 a.m. tomorrow morning Eastern. just to give some additional clarity to what NASA's posted when they say that they entered a hold at T-minus 10 minutes. The plan for the timeline going down to a T0 at 9 p.m. would have been to have exited the hold that began at T-minus or L-minus 40 minutes. When the hold at T-minus 10 minutes began, that hold extended So it is currently 9 p.m. Eastern, 0200 UTC. This is the opening of the 4-hour window that NASA laid out for this wet dress rehearsal tanking test. As the agency noted, of course, we are not at the simulated T0 at this point in time. The closeout crew is still very much working at the White Room at this point. A new target T0 has not been announced by NASA. So we're a little bit in the dark as to where in the launch simulated countdown, the simulated launch countdown, I should say, that NASA currently is for the teams here at the Kennedy Space Center. For those curious about what that loud sound was, that was NASA's chopper passing overhead. You can actually see tracking views of the helicopter here on your screen in the big box. John Pisani putting his rocket tracking skills to use for a much more easy to keep pace with vehicle. You can see actually another chopper just taking off. Looks like going to the left here. Local time now 9:10 p.m. Eastern, 0210 UTC. 10 minutes past the opening of NASA's 4-hour launch window, or excuse me, testing window for the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal tanking test. Teams never came out of the hold when it hit, or when it should have ended at T-minus 10 minutes to the opening of the window. And as you can see with the countdown clock on the lawn, the time is frozen at T-minus 10 minutes. At this point in time, NASA has not announced a new target T0, just noting that, of course, the rehearsal will extend beyond the simulated 9 p.m. launch window open, and that the closeout crew is continuing its work at the pad. While we're waiting for further from NASA, I want to thank the more than 1,800 of you who are watching along with us live tonight. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream to allow some more folks to find their way into this live wet dress coverage for NASA's Space Launch System rocket. I also want to thank channel member Michael McGrory for gifting 10 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, Michael. Thanks for helping to grow our community here on YouTube. And to our 10 newest channel members who were gifted membership, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. Be sure to thank Michael in the live chat if you haven't already. And we hope you decide to stick around with channel membership beyond the month you were just gifted. Local time 9:14 p.m. Eastern, 0214 UTC for those around the world. As we are waiting further updates from NASA on the status of the wet dress rehearsal and what the new target T0 will be for the WDR. Want to go to back in time, back last summer, when the Artemis 4 crew made a stop by the Kennedy Space Center and spoke with the press gathered here at the press site. to talk about a whole variety of things regarding their mission, really taking our full run of questions. In particular, want to go to part of the conversation, which at the point in time of this briefing was, of course, continues to be a topic of great interest, which is the performance or the hopeful performance of the heat shield on the Artemis 2 flight after the Artemis 1 mission returned results that were outside of what NASA had predicted would be the impacts to the heat shield. The models had assumed a more even ablation of the heat shield, but as things turned out, there were some chunks that broke out from the heat shield as gas got trapped under the initial layer of the protective shield that protects the Orion spacecraft as it comes back through the atmosphere and can reach temperatures of up to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we asked the friend of spaceflight now and seasoned space journalist Bill Harwood of CBS News was the one that brought up this question to the crew on their thoughts about the conclusions regarding the heat shield. Here's what the full crew had to say.
The concern was in-plane cracking that was discovered due to permeability on the previous heat shield. It's very well documented online. I recommend everybody go read the report. It's really fascinating. There's some great pictures and a lot of great technical background in there. We had what was called the CHARLOS team at NASA, and it was headed in the Orion program, and they did a tremendous amount of research, a lot of kind of groundbreaking research in some facilities that we had not used before, and they discovered the root cause, which was the key to this whole team, was let's figure out the root cause, and then let's see where do we need to go. Artemis 3 will fly a different architecture. Artemis 2, they pulled the data and they scrubbed and they did wind tunnel testing and laser testing and hypervelocity testing, and they determined that if we come in with this lofted profile with a 1775 horizontal target line downrange, that this heat shield will be safe for us to go fly. We're actually even looking now at pulling that back even a little bit more to give us some flexibility on landing day. So they think there's a little more capability in this heat shield than at first they realized. So I think all that points in a direction of goodness. And I think if you as a human being that was about to board this rocket had sat in the meetings that we've sat in and listened to the experts and gone through the data with them, you would have the same comfort that we do.
Yeah, and I think it's important to, well said, and I won't readdress any of that, but you brought up, former astronauts and other space professionals, industry professionals who have had comments on this. A lot of those are outsiders that haven't been in these meetings from day one and met the team and looked them in the eye and shook their hands at the ends of these meetings. But the other thing is, I don't want to discount the things that they've said. Anytime you talk about fire, anytime you talk about entry and heat shields, you talk about parachutes, these are high risk things that are sometimes they don't have fault tolerance built in. They have to work. And so I appreciate all of that nudging and poking and prodding that they've caused. They have made us sharpen our pencils and put more due diligence, more vigilance into that process. And so, but I think we have done that. And so I think the crew is comfortable because of that team, and we know how many people were looking at this. But at the end of the day, they were thinking about us and our families when they were doing their jobs.
And I would say that that appropriate skepticism led us to a culture, which is actually ultimately why we are comfortable. That culture is not about litigating a case of why we can fly. It's about doing the science to understand the systems and then making a decision based on that. That could be either rationale to fly or to not fly. And that's ultimately what got us to this point of being comfortable.
Yeah, I just want to put a little bit more emphasis on the fact that I think it's really important that this story gets told, and it's great that you're asking about it, because this should be characterized as a true American success story. I mean, this country now knows things about heat shield technology it didn't know. And that's the art. That's when you know you're pushing the boundaries, is when you figure something out you didn't know. And what they've done with all this learning is they put it in this category of us being able to understand the risk and make a risk trade. And now for us, when we look at the heat shield risk, there's always going to be a risk there, but it is in family with all the other risks we're going to take on a mission to leave Earth and fly around the moon.
local time now, 9:33 p.m. Eastern, 02:33 UTC for those joining around the world. The last update from NASA was time-stamped at 8:50 p.m. Eastern, just noting that the terminal count ahead of a T0 attempt at 9 p.m. was reached and surpassed. Teams are extending some length into their 4-hour window of opportunity for completing this wet dress rehearsal tanking test. So we're about an eighth of the way through that, so 30 minutes into the 4 hours. With this test being able to go as late as 1 a.m., we are standing by for further information from NASA as to where things stand with this fueling operation and what the next steps are. We're also keeping close tabs on the closeout crew at the pad, since their departure would signify a good visual indication of where NASA may be in this fueling operation. You can see it's a little bit hard to really clearly make it out, but to the left of the mobile launcher platform, towards the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, you can see the white outline of the closeout crew's truck. Per the original timeline, once the closeout crew did depart, they would be scheduled to leave at L-45 minutes. So that would, assuming that NASA still had margin within the window to work with that much time, then we would be approximately 45 minutes before the end of the test. But we have not been given at this point in time a new T0 for this tanking test, so it's difficult to say where exactly the teams are at this juncture. Unrelated to the actual test itself, the reason that the clock here at the press site looks a little bit wonky is the tech teams have been troubleshooting something with the countdown clock, again, believed to be independent of the actual operations at the pad and the wet dress rehearsal itself. But that's the reason why there's a missing 0 at this point in time. Time now 9:40 p.m. Eastern, 0240 UTC for those joining around the world. At this point in time, we are still awaiting a status update from NASA, the latest coming back almost an hour ago at a timestamp of 8:50 p.m. ahead of the opening of the 4-hour window of opportunity for this test to conclude. As you see near the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, the closeout crew is still at the pad and presumably would not be leaving until around, as the advertised time suggested, L- 45 minutes ahead of the target T0. Because NASA hasn't provided an update in some time, it's difficult to say exactly where the closeout crew is in their work in the White Room. Of course, they're not working with the actual crew themselves, but are going through the motions as they would on launch day, as if the crew were actually in the loop here at the Kennedy Space Center. Taking a look at our live chat, saw someone ask a question about the status of the various propellant tanks on the SLS rocket. Yes, they had all reached replenish prior to the closeout crew arriving at the pad. So teams are continuing to keep the vehicle at what would be flight levels on launch day. Local time 9:53 p.m. Eastern, 02:53 UTC for those around the world. Yes, as a reminder for those who are joining our coverage, this is a wet dress rehearsal tanking test of the Space Launch System rocket. This is not a launch countdown that we are watching. The crew of the Artemis 2 mission are still in quarantine at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. Depending on the outcome of the test today, though, the 4 Artemis astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, could fly to Florida as soon as tomorrow afternoon. Again, that will depend on sort of an early assessment of the status of the mission here. And if they think there's a good chance for a launch within the remaining February window, then the crew would arrive here to Florida and continue to finish out their quarantine ahead of whatever launch date NASA sets. But it'll take the conclusion of this wet dress rehearsal tanking test and a thorough review of the data through the flight readiness review to determine that a launch date is going to be set. And then we will, of course, learn when that target date ends up being. There's a good question about why the Orion spacecraft will make a couple of orbits around Earth. So following liftoff on whatever launch date ends up being, a little more than 8 minutes post liftoff, the core stage will separate from the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage. The nozzle on the RL-10 engine will extend. Then about 49 minutes after liftoff, there will be the perigee raise maneuver to adjust the orbit to 1,381 by 115 statute miles. And then there will be another burn, the apogee raise burn, at about T+1 hour, 47 minutes, 57 seconds post liftoff to raise Orion into a high Earth orbit with an apogee of 43,730 miles. Less than 2 hours after that, the Orion spacecraft will separate from the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage and do the proximity demonstration. Following the conclusion of that, the extension of, or the release of the CubeSats from the Orion stage adapter. Then the crew will continue for the next day or so to perform a series of checkouts on the spacecraft before they commit to doing the TLI burn. And so the combination of the initial orbit after liftoff and separation of the ICPS from the core stage, followed by those two, the perigee raise and the apogee raise burns, we'll see the vehicle get into that high Earth orbit before making their trip out to the moon. At this point in the countdown, or at this point in the evening, we are now just about at 10 o'clock tonight. So the first hour of the 4-hour window of opportunity for NASA has now elapsed. The last update from the agency coming 10 minutes ago, within this past 10 minutes, just simply says, quote, "The closeout crew white room work continues in the 10-minute hold," end statement. Here's a little bit more of the latest statement from NASA, and I quote, "The Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal entered the 10-minute hold in the simulated countdown at 8:50 p.m. Eastern. Though it had been counting down to the opening of a simulated window at 9 p.m. Eastern, Monday, February 2nd, the test will proceed as teams continue to work through countdown milestones. The closeout crew remains in the White Room and has closed the Orion spacecraft's crew module hatch. While performing seal pressurization checks on the counterbalance assembly, which could be used to help open the hatch, a valve associated with Orion's hatch pressurization was inadvertently vented. The counterbalance assembly then needed to be repressurized to allow work to continue. Approximately an hour of work remains in the White Room, with the launch abort system hatch remaining to be closed," end quote. So that does give us a bit more color on where exactly we are in the countdown. So per the original timeline, the launch abort system hatch closure set to begin at L-1 hour and 40 minutes. With that work expected to take 20 minutes in total, approximately. Then in L-1 hour and 10 minutes, there would be a brief from the launch director. And then the closeout crew would depart the pad at L-45 minutes. Time now approaching the bottom of the hour. Currently 10:28 p.m. Eastern, 03:28 UTC for those around the world. Last update from NASA coming with a timestamp at 9:50 p.m. Eastern, noting the work continuing in the closeout, or in the white room by the closeout crew. Those who missed the update, NASA said that during the seal pressurization checks on the counterbalance assembly, there was a valve connected to Orion's hatch pressurization, which was inadvertently vented, so they need to repressurize in order to allow work to continue. As of that update, again, timestamped at 9:50 p.m. Eastern, NASA said about an hour of work was still remaining in the white room, with the launch abort system hatch remaining to be closed as well. So as we approach 11 p.m. Eastern, we will be watching for updates from NASA to see if the closeout crew is getting ready to leave the pad. We're watching for those visual signs as well. And that'll be a good visual marker of where we are in the count that continues to march on at this point in time. Unfortunately, we also don't have a target T0 to share with you at this point in the evening, which is why our countdown clock remains in the hold position, as NASA says they are still also operating in a hold at T-minus 10 minutes as well. As updates become available, we will be sure to pass those along to you, but for now you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of NASA's wet dress rehearsal tanking tests for the Space Launch System rocket, a critical milestone to set a launch date for the Artemis 2 mission. Local time 10:45 p.m. Eastern, 03:45 UTC for our friends around the world. In it, time-stamped back at to 10:30 p.m. The update just being published within the last couple of minutes or so. NASA noted that the Orion hatches are closed. Expanding on that in a longer blog post, they say, and I'll quote them here, quote, NASA teams completed closing the launch abort system hatch during the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal, simulating final launch day procedures. The launch abort system hatch provides access to the Orion crew module through the outer aeroshell of the launch abort system and must be securely sealed to ensure crew safety during ascent. Closing the launch abort system hatch is a critical milestone that confirms the spacecraft is fully configured for flight. The launch abort system is designed to protect astronauts in the event of an emergency during launch, and the proper hatch integrity ensures the system can perform as intended. With the hatch secured, the closeout crew validates mechanical seals, verifies environmental conditions, performs leak checks, and confirms readiness for the next steps in the countdown sequence. Next up, the closeout crew will depart the launch pad once its work is complete. Recapping where we are here, NASA goes on to say, quote, the rehearsal entered the T-minus 10-minute hold at 8:50 p.m. Eastern, and the team continues to work through countdown milestones in the hold. Though the test had been counting to the opening of a simulated launch window at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the test has continued into the window. While the launch control team initially planned to pause when the countdown reached 33 seconds to launch and recycle the countdown clock back to T-minus 10 minutes to conduct a second terminal countdown, Artemis launch director Charlie Blackwell Thompson has made the decision to limit the rehearsal to one terminal count, end quote. So that's a notable change to the plan going into today, where teams were originally going to bring the count down to T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds, pause for up to 3 minutes, then continue the count down to, as just read to you, that T-minus 33 second point, then recycle the clock back to T-minus 10 minutes and conduct a second terminal count down to T-minus 33 seconds. So with that change, we are continuing to watch for the departure of the closeout crew tonight, as NASA is just about halfway through its available launch test window today. Again, there's not going to be a launch at the end of this, but this is a simulated window of opportunity for this tanking test, which opened up at 9 p.m. tonight and closes at 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. So some of the main takeaways from this latest update from NASA is that the launch abort system hatch has been closed, and as crews in the White Room finish up their work, they will depart the pad once that has been completed. Per the original countdown timeline, the departure of the crew from the pad was expected at about L-minus 45 minutes. The launch abort system hatch closure process was scheduled to take about 20 minutes, beginning at L-minus 1 hour and 40 minutes ahead of the simulated T0. So without knowing exactly when the launch abort system hatch did finally close, again, it's a little bit hard to parse exactly where we are in the count, but we are at least, I would say, we're at least 45 minutes plus to the end of the window, since L-minus 45, again, per the original published timeline, was when the closeout crew is set to depart from the pad. So you can bank on minimum 1 hour to go before we are done here tonight. So extending out till around at least midnight by the look of it, if not slightly beyond that. Again, the window for this test will wrap up at no later than 1 a.m. Eastern. Local time now 11:13 p.m. Eastern, 0413 UTC. We are finally seeing the closeout crew depart from Launch Complex 39B here at the Kennedy Space Center. We've been watching for this milestone, as this is a good visual indication suggesting where we may likely be in the countdown tonight. The departure of the closeout crew is scheduled for L-45 minutes ahead of the simulated T0. So the fact that they are leaving right now at about quarter past the hour may mean that NASA is targeting a T0 for the simulation at midnight or shortly before. Stand by for official word from the agency as to the status of things. Actually, we do have an update, timestamped 11:14. NASA noting that the closeout crew completed its critical tasks and has departed, as we were just watching live. Quote, "The departure of the closeout crew marks the transition to the final countdown phase, ensuring the launch pad is clear and safe for simulated liftoff procedures. Although the Artemis 2 astronauts did not participate in today's rehearsal, the closeout crew's work validates launch day protocols and confirms Orion and the Space Launch System rocket are configured for flight readiness. With the pad secured, teams will continue monitoring fuel operations and prepare for wet dress rehearsal terminal count. The final 10 minutes of the countdown, the teams will be conducting a single terminal count for this test," end quote. So now that NASA is in a posture to approach the final terminal counts, we will hopefully be getting information about what the target T0 is shortly, or in the not too distant future. But the departure of the closeout crew should mean that we are within an hour from the wet dress rehearsal concluding. Time now 11:21 p.m. Eastern, 04:21 UTC. You're watching live as the closeout crew continues its journey away from Launch Complex 39B and retreats back, having completed its work inside the White Room, going through the simulated operations that would happen on the day of launch in support of the flight crew. Of course, the 4 astronauts that will fly the Artemis 2 mission are still in Houston, but this is an important part of validating launch day processes. The closeout crew is looking like they're parking just adjacent to the Launch Complex 39A press site parking lot here, which is not too far away from where we're stationed for coverage. With teams now having left the pad, NASA is marching towards the final terminal count. T0 has not yet been announced, but given the timing of the departure of the closeout crew about quarter past the hour, suggests that T0 may be close to or right about midnight tonight, Eastern time. coming up to the bottom of the hour here. Currently 11:29 p.m. Eastern, 04:29 UTC. Assuming the status of the timeline now, again without a official T0 from NASA, we are having to make some assumptions here about where we are, but assuming that the closeout crew's departure happened at L minus 45 minutes, which came around 11:15 or 11:14, or about 15 minutes past that, so roughly L minus 30, which is when the final NASA test director briefing is scheduled to happen, according to the original timeline. About 15 minutes after that, or 14 minutes after that, at L minus 16 minutes, that's when the launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, will conduct the poll to ensure that they are go for the launch simulation. And hopefully at that point, we will get a confirmed T0 for this test, and we'll be able to adjust our clock and take us out of this hold posture and put back up the L minus clock, which will sync with the T minus clock once it reaches 10 minutes out. Teams have been in the hold at T minus 10 minutes going back to 8:50 p.m. Eastern tonight, 10 minutes prior to the opening of the test window at 9 p.m. Local time is 11:41 p.m. Eastern, 04:41 UTC for those around the world. At this juncture, assuming that the departure of the closeout crew did represent L minus 45 minutes in the count as things currently stand, that would suggest that some point within the next few minutes, the launch director, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, will poll the team to ensure that they are, in fact, go to proceed into the terminal count. That poll scheduled for L minus 16 minutes, so hopefully within the next few minutes here, we'll get an update from NASA to confirm that this is, in fact, the case. We'll bring you any additional updates of that, or if there's something else to report in addition to or instead of that milestone of the poll. You're continuing to watch Spaceflight Now live coverage of the important wet dress rehearsal tanking test for the Space Launch System rocket, a critical milestone before setting a launch date for the Artemis 2 mission. Taking a quick look at our live chat here while we await further updates from NASA. Want to thank Nobody You Know, great handle, for a $2 super chat saying very kindly, thank you for all your dutiful coverage of the WDR. Thank you for your support of what has been an exceedingly long day of coverage between this and the Starlink mission this morning, so appreciate the support. Also want to thank channel member Lisa Lynch for a $10 super chat. Thank you, Lisa, who says, so excited for a new trip to the moon in my lifetime. Thank you, Spaceflight Now, for your excellent coverage and information. I learn something new every time I'm here. Go NASA. Go SpaceX. Of course, when it comes to this particular mission, the Artemis 2 flight, this one does not involve SpaceX. They'll come into play soon enough, as they are the contracted human landing system provider for the Artemis 3 mission, which will be the first lunar landing of the Artemis program. Artemis 2, meanwhile, will be a free return trajectory. So once the translunar injection burn is initiated, that will set the course for the rest of the Artemis 2 mission, barring a couple of relatively minor, by comparison, trajectory correction maneuvers on the way out to and back from the moon. "15 minutes to the top of the hour, approaching midnight here on the East Coast. Still awaiting word from NASA on the target T0 to conclude this wet dress rehearsal tanking test today. Again, assuming that our assumption about the closeout crew's departure, indicating where we are in the count, we will hopefully be getting word on the poll for the readiness to proceed into the terminal count. Hopefully soon. We'll let you know. time is now midnight here on the East Coast, 0500 UTC for those around the world. 3 out of the 4 hours for NASA's window for this tanking test conclusion have come and gone, and we are now in the final hour for NASA to be able to wrap this up according to their previously announced 4-hour window. It has been the better part of an hour since we last heard an update from NASA noting the departure of the closeout crew about 11:14 p.m. Eastern, 04:14 UTC, and since then there has not been any update from the agency regarding the setting or the announcement of what the current target T0 is for the conclusion of the test, or where exactly we are in the countdown. We will, of course, bring you updates as we learn them, but for the time being, unfortunately, we don't have any updates to provide to you. But we'll continue to stand by, and hopefully we'll get some more information on where things stand as NASA continues in the wet dress rehearsal tanking test for its Space Launch System rocket. All 4 tanks on the SLS vehicle, both the core stage and the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, have been in replenish for some time now. We'll see for how much longer they need to be. For those who missed the update where NASA announced that they would be attempting just one run through the terminal count as opposed to the 2 planned ones, that does simplify things as far as what is still remaining on the timeline, but without knowing exactly where we are on the timeline anymore, it's hard to say, well, how much time we have left and what business is still ahead for the teams here at the Kennedy Space Center. local time now, 12:09 p.m. Eastern, or 12:09 a.m. Eastern. The countdown clock here at the press site is back in motion. Presumably the terminal count is now in effect, and teams are very close to the end of this wet dress rehearsal, and NASA confirms that in a post saying that they officially entered into the final 10 minutes of the count after Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson gave the go to proceed. Again, with this simulated wet dress rehearsal tanking test, the plan will be to take the count. The original plan was to take the count down to T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds and hold for up to 3 minutes. And then allow the clock to continue to count down to T-minus 33 seconds. Originally, they were going to recycle back to T-minus 10 minutes at that point, but the decision was made earlier in the evening that they would do just one terminal count tonight. The crew access arm is retracting as it is expected to at T-minus 8 minutes. Just under 7 minutes remaining in the count now. Coming up at about 30 seconds, Orion will transition to internal power. That'll be followed by the core stage liquid hydrogen tank ending its replenish cycle. And then the launch abort system capability will become available at T-minus 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Just under 5 minutes remaining in the terminal count. The ground launch sequencer should be go for liquid hydrogen, the high flow bleed check. And about 10 seconds ago, the flight termination system would be armed. Clock holding at T-minus 5 minutes, 15 seconds. The pause in the terminal count has been going now for about a minute or so. Supposedly the limit of a hold within the terminal count is 3 minutes before they would have to recycle. They were planning to take the count down to T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds before they would hold for up to 3 minutes. So this stop of the terminal count at T-minus 5 minutes and 15 seconds comes a little bit earlier than that original announced time. Started a stopwatch about a minute and a half ago, so roughly 30 seconds-ish into when this hold began, maybe a little bit longer than that. So we've got somewhere on the order of a minute to a minute and a half remaining in this 3-minute hold period before a recycle would be necessary. Standing by for further. as we're monitoring the hold here in place, or watching the progress of a Falcon 9 first stage booster that is making its way out towards Space Launch Complex 40. As you can see on the rocket's upper stage, the NASA meatball logo as well as the worm logo are emblazoned upon the second stage, so presumably this is the booster that will carry the Crew 12 mission, send it on its way to the International Space Station with a launch scheduled for no earlier than February 11th. The launch date of the Crew 12 mission will be dependent upon what happens with the Artemis 2 mission. If Artemis is allowed to fly sometime during February, then Crew 12 would essentially wait until the Orion spacecraft integrity returns home and then would launch about a day later. John Pisani behind the tracker right now as we're watching the progression of this Falcon booster. Still, the clock has been holding for now more than 4 minutes at T-minus 5 minutes and 15 seconds. You can see the convoy here in this vantage point as it makes its way in front of our cameras here at the press site, excuse me. Again, this booster is heading out to Space Launch Complex 40, and this will be the rocket that will support the Crew 12 mission to the International Space Station. This week, the Dragon spacecraft called Freedom will also be brought out to Slick 40 for final checkouts and integration with the rocket that we just saw. Clock still holding on the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal. And we do have an update at 12:16. The countdown was terminated at approximately T-minus 5 minutes. Let's see if there's any additional information from NASA on this. Stand by. No additional details at this moment, but the latest update coming down momentarily ago was that the countdown terminated at about T-minus 5 minutes ahead of the planned termination at T-minus 33 seconds. We'll continue to stand by for additional information from NASA, hopefully with some additional color that will help fill in the gaps as to why they terminated the count at 5 minutes out. They did exceed that 3-minute pocket of time once the hold began. We just don't know exactly why at this point. Once again, for those who are just checking in on the progress of the wet dress rehearsal tanking test, NASA did confirm that at about 12:16 a.m. Eastern, 05:16 UTC, the countdown did terminate at, they say, approximately T-minus 5 minutes. You can see with the clock on the screen, it was 5 minutes and 15 seconds. We are waiting to see if there will be an additional update as to the reason why they terminated the count at this point in the terminal count, as opposed to allowing it to continue to go down to T-minus 33 seconds, as was the original plan. Local time now, 12:30 a.m. Eastern, 05:30 UTC. The latest update, I will read to you verbatim. Quote, the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal countdown was terminated at the T-minus 5 minute 15 second mark due to a liquid hydrogen leak at the interface of the tail service mast umbilical, which had experienced high concentrations of liquid hydrogen earlier in the countdown as well. The launch control team is working to ensure the Space Launch System rocket is in a safe configuration and begin draining its tanks. So that's the latest from NASA as the wet dress rehearsal comes to a close, having experienced, once again, issues with the hydrogen leaks connected to the tail service mast umbilical, somewhat reminiscent of what we saw during the Artemis 1 launch campaign. Once again, if you're just checking in with us or before you depart the coverage today, NASA scrubbed the terminal count at T-minus 5 minutes and 15 seconds, saying that, quote, it was due to a liquid hydrogen leak at the interface of the tail surface mast umbilical, which had experienced high concentrations of liquid hydrogen earlier in the count as well. Coming up later today, now, in less than 12 hours at noontime Eastern, 1700 UTC, NASA leadership will be holding a briefing here at the Kennedy Space Center to provide an early assessment on how things went during this wet dress rehearsal tanking test. And while this won't be the final word before we get the determination of a launch date, presumably, this should give us at least an indication of the status of the crew as to whether or not NASA intends to bring them out here to the Kennedy Space Center, with a touchdown expected, if that is the decision that's going to be made, around 3 p.m. Eastern, 2000 UTC tomorrow afternoon. So we will keep you apprised of all of the latest updates. You can follow along and keep tabs 24/7 on the SLS rocket over on Artemis Live here on our YouTube channel. And it will be on Artemis Live where we will put the briefing tomorrow. Again, that starts at noon Eastern. Going to go ahead and wrap things up tonight on our coverage of the wet dress rehearsal tanking test, now that this has scrubbed and all that's left is for NASA to safe the rocket. Again, we'll be keeping tabs on the launch vehicle throughout the safing process, and if there's reason to jump back onto live coverage, we may do so in Artemis Live. But certainly want to thank all of you who have been with us throughout the various stages of coverage today. Want to thank our moderators in the chat, to Jeff Hansen, Mark Otto, Astro Joe. Appreciate you for being with us at various points in the countdown. Thanks to channel member Cumulus Granatus for helping to answer folks' questions in the chat. Big thanks to our photographers and production crew, John Pisani and Adam Bernstein, and our editor, Stephen Young. Most importantly, thanks to you for wherever you've been watching from, for however long you've been watching. It has been quite a long, busy day of important pre-launch and some launch coverage with the Starlink mission out at Vandenberg. And again, we'll be back with you to cover the briefing tomorrow at noon. So we're going to pause, break down things, and get in position to rest up while we can ahead of that coverage tomorrow. For all of us here at Spaceflight Now, I am Will Robinson Smith. Remember, be good to yourselves, be good to others, and we will see you next time, folks. Until then, good night, goodbye.